There's a university at the tip of Africa that's right at the top of its game. It's a place with a proud history and legacy, pulled upwards by a future that will not be tamed.
It brims over with powerful ideas that again and again lead to potent action and real change. Since when? 6 decades long, it's been home to groundbreakers, change makers, planet shakers, and it's still going strong.
It's the home of forward-thinking higher learning, homegrown pride and a story still unfurling. Independent thought which sparks innovation, mindful global citizens and their perpetual liberation.
Today, this is my home, my community, my springboard, my zone. Like iron sharpening iron. Here, my potential is mined, my mind is refined, and my future redefined.
It's our time to learn from our past and our histories, to be the leaders of tomorrow's victories.
It's our time to stand up and step into our light.
To rise with Africa and all the world by our side.
Please rise for the academic procession.
see 3 rows of blue gowns, and I'm beaming from ear to ear because that's the lifeblood of an institute. And then when I greet you with all of this in my heart, say, show me it's one. Good afternoon. I declare this congregation of the University of the Western Cape duly constituted.
The national anthem will be led by Ms. Kaylin Williams, soloist of the University of the Western Cape Center for Performing Arts. Please join us in the singing of the anthem. It can be found on page 10. Please be seated. Thank you. The university respects and recognizes all faiths, and in an effort to respect the major faiths observed by the UWC community, we have arranged for a spiritual leader from each of these to lead us in prayer on a rotational basis. This afternoon, we will be led in prayer by Mr. Roderick George.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Almighty God, how marvelous are your ways, and how magnificent this moment to invoke your name at this graduation ceremony. we gladly come to you to say thank you. We thank you for the goodness you have shown all of us. As we have gathered in this Jakes Harville auditorium, we thank you for each and every graduate, for their parents, family members, and significant others. We thank you for the grace you have shown and the provision of your hand. We thank you for providing strength along the journey and for bringing these graduates and all of us to this day. Today is a joyous day, a day of celebration, a day of great significance. It is a day where this hall will be filled with the clarion voices of triumph and with the shouts of thanksgiving. As we have gathered on this mountaintop today, we are mindful of the moments some found themselves once in the valley. Today, they are tasting the fruit of their labor. They are seeing clearly what seemed merely like a mirage of impossibility, but today it has been made possible. As we commit these graduates into your care, dear God, we pray that you would guide their footsteps to chart new frontiers, to break human barriers, to find solutions to the complex challenges in society, and to become people of great purpose. Help them to always remember the path that brought them to where they are today, and give them the fortitude to embrace the road that will ultimately lead them to destiny. Thank you for the leaders of this institution, and thank you for all those who played a pivotal role organizing today. May your blessing now rest on everything and say, and may your name be praised now and forevermore.
I now call upon the Acting Secretary General of the SRC, Ms. Makflada Mahola.
There's something, man. It doesn't give graduation. There's something. Tatentekele sanamare, tatentekele sanamare, tatentekele, tekele kuboya tuto sanamare, karen tatentekele. Tatentekele, karita tentekele, tekele kuboya tuto sanama, karile na karata, kerata wea para, kichawa di puo, tawato adifel, sana. Tatentekele, 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 kuboya tuto sanamarela. Amanda, away, Tom. It's the SRC now. Yes. Our graduates, parents, and your distinguished guest. Vice-chancellor, that was not an error. All protocol is observed. But today, it is all about the graduates, not about us. Not at all. So I'd like to say greetings to our graduates, parents, and their distinguished guests. Vice-Chancellor Prof. Taryn Pretorius, members of council, members of the SRC, the Treasurer General of the SRC, Kamani Masiki, the Community Outreach Officer of the SRC, Lungelo Malaza, members of the Executive Management, deans, academics, Omama no Tata Bethu, that ensure that this campus is clean and safe. Once more, our graduate and your distinguished guests, your parents. Greetings. Dumelang, Sanbonan, Molweni. Thank you. Allow me to say revolutionary greetings for protocols, But I'd like to request all of us to stand up and observe a moment of silence in honor and remembrance of one of our first-year students who passed away in July this year, Unati Khaka. Let us also observe this moment of silence in honor of our brothers and sisters from Palestine, the DRC, Sudan, Western Sahara, Eswatini, and Kasepedi Bare, Lukutlochen Nechalfas, and all people around the world who are fighting oppression and have lost their lives as a result of such oppression. Let us observe this moment of silence for their resilience and fight to be freed from the shackles of oppression who were there before apartheid. Let us observe the moment of silence for their indomitable will to fight the injustices of this world. Will we all please stand up? Thank you. You may all be seated. Now, to my brothers and sisters that are seated in this hall, in this university, the motto is res peace, prospis. It means you need to look back in order to look forward. Your journey through this university has been nothing but remarkable. You have faced challenges, conquered obstacles, and grown in ways you could not have imagined. When you first walked through these doors, the registrar always says, this is a door that when you're first year, you get welcomed here. So now you also leave from the same doors. Each and every one of you has a unique story of perseverance, and that is something to be proud of. You've seen things you never imagined, all in the name of walking at 2 minutes on this thing. There were times you felt happy. There were times you felt proud to be a student of UWC. Then there were times you doubted yourself because of this momentous task to begging this qualification. There were also times the material conditions of this university added onto umgowo wako. During this time, you are met with nothing but pepper sprays, pellet guns, rubber bullets from the powers that be. Some of your colleagues will never graduate, will never go to other universities, will never be accepted in the field they completed their degrees in, because in their attempt and in our attempt to fight against those injustices, they were victimized and subjected to the bogus doctor's office. I wonder how Jake Schervel is doing in his grave. If you've noted, this is the Jake Schervel Hall. Because this was and is the university of the left, he said. And we honor his name each time we are in this hall. But he's turning in his grave. As from heaven above, he has seen your experiences. I'm not talking about this moment of happiness where you've completed your degree. I'm talking about the 4 years, 5 years, 6 years of struggles that you've been actually all the time. This is a journey you've traveled, a difficult one that makes me question its worth. When there are man-made and unnecessary hurdles that we are faced to jump on every day. We've come this far despite the fact that you struggled in off-campus private accommodation and on-campus facilities that they would not subject their dogs to. We've come this far despite the fact that whenever you needed help, the most and your emotional and mental well-being could no longer take the toll. You were told to wait for an appointment with a therapist that will only take place 2 months later. We've come this far despite the fact that whenever you complained about safety and security, they gave you someone without the power to answer the question, despite the fact that your questions should be answered by a man who sits in the west wing of the admin building, who control the resources and operations of this university. We've come this far, even though every day your being as an African has been an unfair disadvantage to you. This is the story of your time. I'm not saying it's a bad university. Don't get me wrong. These are our experiences. The situation you found yourself in during your studies has never been mindful. It has never been demure. So be proud of yourself. You've defied the odds. Go every day. You've beaten the system that hates you. How do you expect someone to pass when they have 3 tests in the same weekend and a submission in the same week? How do you expect that person to pass? How do you expect that person to complete a degree? I'm just saying. You are expected to cook as well, by the way. You are going to cook, take care of yourself, and sleep somewhere there. This is the journey that you've traveled. I would like to reiterate. It's a difficult one that still makes a question. It's worth over and over again. Today, however, presents itself as an opportunity to reflect on the journey you've traveled and the difference that your qualification will make in your life. Now, sure, where are we going? Where is the confidence? Many of you, like myself, who don't come from the richest of families and households, must feel very proud of ourselves. You must celebrate yourself today because you have proven to be an inspiration to many. You have proven to be an inspiration to the child of African descent in Hammanskraal. You've proven to be an inspiration to the child of African descent in Kanana, in the province of Bokoni-Bophirima. You've proven to be an inspiration to the child of African descent in the dusty streets of Mashishing, Malang. Mashishing among graduates. I would like to say give yourself a round of applause. You deserve it. I'm going to say this again. I said in the last time I was actually addressing. I wish really the world would stop just to celebrate you. But your loved ones are the world you have. The world is. I wish your days were at least declared by government as holidays, because you are the real heroes of the future. The whole time you have invested to get this degree cannot be celebrated in 2 minutes walking this. Know how difficult it was. You're happy. Right now, most of you know the feelings. You don't know if you're happy or sad, crying, or you should be laughing. But everything is worth a while. The degree that you've obtained through your resilience, hard work, and dedication is an investment to the world, a promise that change will come through you. It was hard. It is hard. No one said it was going to be easy. But I know you are a mountain, and begging this degree is proof of that. As you step out of these walls, it's important to remember the path ahead is uncertain. Unemployment is but it's filled with boundless opportunity. You are equipped with knowledge, skills, and experiences that will serve as your compass on this journey. The same determination that brought you to this moment will ensure that actually triumph in whatever you're going to do in the future. Please don't forget the support you have received along the way from your family and friends, to the professors that nurtured your intellect. They have been your pillars of strength, and their faith in you is testament to your potential. In the words of Nelson Mandela, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon and use to change the world." Graduates, take this weapon and use it wisely. Congratulations, and on behalf of all students at the university, I wish you nothing but the best in life. We are truly inspired. Thank you. Thank you. Kalabora, Nyabong.
You, the Vice-chancellor, Professor Tyrone Pretorius, will now address
the university executive, of faculty, council members, Prof. Brian Filaji, Mr. Mangaliso Nompula, members of the SRC, my UWC colleagues, our parents and other distinguished guests, our families, friends, and most importantly, our guests of the day, our graduates. Allow me to also welcome Professor Henk Koemeling, Rector Magnificus of Utrecht University in the Netherlands, and our honorary doctorate today. As an aside, while we have council members here, ever since I met Prof. Koemeling, I've been fighting for a title change at the university. Be called Rector Magnificus. Congratulations, class of 2020. Today is your day. It's a day of celebration as we recognize your achievement. Today, a total of 675 students will receive their degrees across the ceremonies, one this morning and one right now. These two ceremonies include 80 doctorates, a record for any graduation ceremony at the university. 214 master's degrees, 60 honors graduates, 225 undergraduate degrees, 17 diplomas, and 15. Please make yourself very, very comfortable. This morning, we had 2 rows of blue gowns, and it took us 3 hours. Now we have 3.5 rows, and I bet you it's going to be more. Based on this morning's 3 hours, I must now cut large chunks out of my speech. At UWC, graduates often speak about the power of. Many of you may have heard friends or family mentioning changes, how you've grown, how your thinking has changed. Yet, most happens quiet, recognized only by yourself. The full impact of you here at UWC may take time to self. Your experience was more than just passing exams and earning. It was about engaging with the world, thoughtfully addressing challenges. And through addressing those challenges, build your resilience to engage with a larger world. As UWC graduate, you are part of a legacy that goes far beyond the legacy of social. UWC was founded in 1958. It was placed on the outskirts of Cape Town, far from the Belleville Sea, and was labeled college, tended to limit of color. But UWC never allowed itself to be defined by those of its founders. From the beginning, there has been a resilience and growth. Today, UWC stands as a full of hope, excellence, transformation. We continue to excel across various fronts, from academic. This year earned multiple accolades at the prestigious National Science and Technology Awards, particularly in areas such as water sciences, astronomy, and nanoelectrochemistry. We have expanded our global reach by strengthening international partnerships with institutions such as Ghent University, Missouri University, and of course, Utrecht University. In the beginning of September, UWC was inducted into the Matariki network of universities, which includes renowned universities like Uppsala University in Sweden, Durham University in the UK. While our international recognition, reputation, and networks grow, we remain rooted in place. In this regard, I am proud of our progress towards removing the spatial confines that was imposed on us during apartheid. Through very deliberate strategies, our community and health sciences faculty now has a physical campus in Belleville Central Business District. We have established an innovation hub in Parow, and we moved our Center for Humanities Research to a state-of-the-art facility in Woodstock. We are truly becoming a multi-site university when you also consider that dentistry operates from Tygerberg Hospital, from Mitchell's Plain, and also from Red Cross Hospital. On the sports front, we are immensely proud of our women's football team, who successfully defended their varsity women's football title 3 times, and who won the COSAFA qualifiers for the CAF Champions League in Malawi, and will now go on to represent UWC and South Africa in Morocco. UWC is the home of winners, not only on the sports field, because in this morning's ceremony, the captain of our women's football team, Bongeka Gamede, graduated with a degree in arts and humanities. When we reflect on transformation of the individual as they pass through the walls of academia, and the transformation of UWC from a bush college to one of the leading institutions in South Africa, I would like to pay tribute to our former Vice-Chancellor, my predecessor, Professor Brian O'Connell, who passed away recently. Truly, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Professor O'Connell believed UWC had a special role to play in South Africa. His bold vision helped transform our university from a struggling institution to a leading site of knowledge where students from diverse backgrounds could thrive. And you will see that diversity when our graduates crosses the stage. Professor O'Connell understood that transformation wasn't about superficial changes. It's about addressing the deep inequalities that still exist today. He often spoke of the 2 worlds we navigate, the world of privilege and opportunity, and the world of struggle and disadvantage. His challenge to us through all of his years of leadership, and my challenge to our graduates, is to engage with both these worlds and serve as a bridge between them. Graduates, when you walk across the stage today, Remember that graduation is the start of a new journey, and that your transformation, your growth will continue. To the parents and the guardians of our graduates, I salute you. And I want to congratulate you on the excellent way in which you have discharged your responsibility to your children and your charges. Please join me in expressing our gratitude to our parents and our guardians. Thank you. An item in song will now be rendered by Kaylin Williams.
Vice-chancellor, the candidate Henk Kummeling will now be introduced to you by Professor de Visser.
Professor Henk Kummeling, Rector Magnificus of Utrecht University in the Netherlands, earned his doctorate in law at Nijmegen, then served as Professor of Constitutional and Administrative Law at Tilburg University and Professor of Constitutional Law at Utrecht University. Utrecht subsequently appointed him Dean of the Faculty of Law, Economics, Governance and Organization, and Distinguished University Professor in the field of Comparative Constitutional Law. In 2013, UWC awarded him an extraordinary professorship. Professor Kummeling was President of the Dutch Electoral Council, Chair of the State Committee on the Rule of Law, and has authored books and articles on numerous subjects, including freedom of expression and academic freedom, parliamentary law and electoral law. His passion for education is evident through chairing the committee that introduced the Utrecht educational model, teaching in numerous countries, and being voted Teacher of the Year by law students at Utrecht and Tilburg University numerous times. As Rector Magnificus, Professor Kummeling advocates for and emphasizes the importance of interdisciplinarity in research and education, international collaboration, small-scale and intensive education, and the university's social impact. His goal is to ensure that Utrecht University is a place with a head and with a heart.
Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Honorary Doctor of Philosophy on Henk Kummeling.
Dear graduates, family and friends, colleagues, Rector Pretorius, I'm deeply touched by the fact that UWC, a university with such a high quality and esteem, a university that attaches so much value to service to the community and excellence, has awarded me an honorary doctorate. I know from my own experience that the UWC has indeed all these great qualities, because I have had the privilege to work with colleagues and students from this university since the beginning of the 1990s, in particular with those from the multidisciplinary De La Omar Institute of the Law Faculty. Given my disciplinary background, it will probably surprise no one that I've always been proud of the fact that I was able to work with a university, in a university that has made such an enormous contribution to the transformation of South Africa into a democratic constitutional state. It is wonderful to stand here among young academics who have made many efforts, have overcome many difficulties, but also enjoyed the experience of acquiring new knowledge on the way to the diploma that they will receive today. I myself also know that road. I was the first in my large family with a humble background to go to the university, supported by very loving parents who encouraged me, my brothers and my sisters to get the best out of ourselves. And look where it got me. An honorary degree from UWC. I've been educated all my life, and that has led me to a clear conclusion. Whatever the question is, education is the answer. Think of poverty reduction, social injustice, populism, unstable democracies, overpopulation, climate change, etc., etc. Knowledge is the key to finding solutions. That is why I'm happy that I contribute to expanding knowledge together with my colleagues from Utrecht University and with my wonderful colleagues here at UWC. I thank all my students and colleagues here at WC who have enriched my life and who contributed to the award of the Honorary Doctorate. In particular, the members of the Dolla Omer Institute, Jaap de Visser, Nico Steidler, Lucas Munting, Dinesh Shikwata, and Debbie Gordon, but also Dean Jacques de Ville, the Senate, the Council, and Rector Tyrone Pretorius. And finally, I congratulate the graduates, their parents, their friends, their acquaintances on the great result they achieved today. I am happy that I was able to share in their joy with the presentation of my special honorary doctorate. Thank you.
Finally, we come to the reason why we are here, which is your moment. So no one will blame you if you want to freshen up quickly. You know, to make sure the hair is fine. Yeah, the beard as well. By authority vested in me, I shall now admit the candidates who are presented to me and the candidates who were not able to attend the ceremony to degrees, diplomas, and certificates. In the university. I must thank the SRC Secretary General for helping me out, because otherwise I would have spoiled your photo.
Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Aziza Kalam will now be introduced to you by Prof. Wegner.
Aziza Kalam's thesis is titled Development and Implementation of an Occupation-Based Community Development Program with Women to Address the Prevention of Non-Communicable Diseases in a Low Socioeconomic Community of the Western Cape. Non-communicable diseases, known as NCDs, lead to the death of 71% of the global population, mostly affecting people living in poverty. NCDs are preventable, but result from health risk factors. This study developed and implemented an occupation-based community development program to address NCD health risk factors with women in a low socioeconomic area. Participants were 27 women aged 20 to 65 years. Data was gathered via interviews, photo voice, workshops, and reflective action sessions. Participants and the researcher developed occupation-based strategies for NCD risk factors. This study showed that occupational therapy, using a critical approach in community development practice, empowers community members to take charge of their health. Participatory methodologies and decolonial perspectives must be enacted for occupational justice.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Aziza Kalam. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Nerissa Pelime will now be introduced to you by Professor Swart.
Nerissa Pelime's dissertation was titled An Evaluation of the Impact of Care Groups in Malawi, Chi District, on Improving Nutrition Practices and Nutrition Outcomes. Malawi faces several problems of malnutrition, including wasting, stunting, underweight, and micronutrient deficiencies. The care group model is central to the scaling up of nutrition interventions in Malawi. Nerissa explored the care group implementation, fidelity, and sustainability post-external project support. Factors associated with sustainability include volunteer motivation, which hinges heavily on the quality and quantity of supervision and support from healthcare professionals to build volunteer capacity, as well as empowering traditional leadership within each community. Nerissa's research found that the active care groups contributed to improved adoption of exclusive breastfeeding. However, it did not affect the diversity of young children or their mothers' diet in these districts.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Nerissa Pelime.
Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Mark Meyer will now be introduced to you by Professor Tina Roberts.
Dr. Mark Meyer's thesis is entitled The Assessment of Pain Perception Linked to the COMT Gene Activity in Diagnostic Groups with Temporomandibular Joint Disorders in a South African Population. Pain affects a significant portion of patients with TMD, and research highlights the role of genes in pain perception, specifically the COMT gene. This study aimed to correlate pain perception in TMD patients with COMT gene SNPs in a South African population and assess their impact on psychological behavior. 196 participants were enrolled, 97 TMD patients and 99 age, gender, and ethnicity matched controls. Data collection included clinical and radiographic investigation and saliva samples for genomic DNA analysis of 6 COMT SNPs. A higher prevalence of TMD was noted among women and white individuals. Psychological factors were significantly associated with TMD. 2 specific COMT SNPs were linked to TMD pain and disability. The study concludes that pain is prevalent in TMD patients and COMT gene activity is associated with pain in a South African population. Congratulations, Dr. Meyer.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Mark Meyer. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Omnia Abdulmunim Khadir Ahmed will now be introduced to you by Professor Greta Geertz.
The title of Dr. Omnia's Ahmed thesis is Towards a Novel Toothpaste, the Effect of Gum Arabic Silver Nanoparticles on the Oral Biofilm. In its objectives to improve oral health in Africa, the World Health Organization encourages development, production, and distribution of affordable, quality oral hygiene products. The aim of this PhD was to provide scientific evidence on topical efficacy of silver nanoparticles against oral microbes and working towards a novel toothpaste incorporating green silver nanoparticles. Sudanese gum arabic was sourced to synthesize nanoparticles. Different concentrations were tested for in vitro cytotoxicity and antimicrobial efficacy using inter alia, MTT, and XTT assays. Consequently, the most suitable formulation was combined with commercial toothpaste and again tested. Adding silver nanoparticles sourced fabricated with gum arabic to toothpaste increased its antimicrobial effect. Further research is planned to improve biocompatibility by adding biopolymers. This study produced 4 scientific publications. Congratulations, Dr. Ahmed.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Omnia Ahmed. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Bob Munene will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Dr. Sibindi.
On behalf of the Department of Business, of Management and Entrepreneurship, I introduce to you Bob Bonapo Munene. His thesis is entitled Longevity of Family Business, Family-owned business in Uganda. This study contributes significantly to understanding the longevity of family-owned business in Uganda, a context with limited prior research. By integrating the leadership succession model, stewardship theory, organizational learning theory, and resource-based view theory, the research highlights the crucial roles of succession planning, organizational learning, and innovation capabilities in sustaining these businesses across generations. Notable, the study identifies innovation as a key mediator, linking organizational learning and family involvement to business longevity. These findings provide critical insight for family businesses in developing countries, offering a strategic model for their continued success. This research lays a robust foundation for further exploration of family business longevity. Thank you.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Bob Munene. Vice-chancellor, I will now introduce the candidate Lawrence Corner in the absence of his supervisor. Lawrence's thesis was titled, or is titled, Beyond Legislation, a case study of transformation in the South African higher education institution. The study explores the state of transformation of a higher education institution in the Western Cape. An important finding of the study is that transformation driven by a legislative compliance goal is anti-transformational. The study proposes a decolonial transformation framework with specific dimensions that cut across all the contextually diverse transformation needs of different historic higher education institutions. The study further developed an action model that facilitates rigorous, broad stakeholder engagement to bring about decolonial transformation. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Lawrence Corner. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Solomon Erba will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Dr. Manchanda.
Solomon's thesis contributes to our understanding of Almond and Weber's concept of political culture in an African context. The study investigates the behaviors, attitudes, norms, and traditions of elites within the three dominant ethnic groups of Ethiopia, the Amhara, Oromo, and Tigrayans. The findings show that members of each group are deeply entrenched in their individual cultures, with clear distrust of the political motives of other ethnicities. The study helps to explain why Amhara, Oromo, and Tigrayan elites live in the same country and yet produce divergent political interests, and how this contributes to endemic political instability in Ethiopia.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Solomon Erba. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Tembinkosi Maposa will now be introduced to you by the co-supervisor, Professor Anagon.
Tembinkosi Maposa presented a thesis entitled The Financial Sustainability Challenges of an Energy-Efficient Intervention Project in a Low-Income Earning Urban Community, Lessons from the Kayusa Clean Development Mechanism, CDM. The study critically analyzed the financial sustainability of a renewable energy-efficient project for a low-income community in Kayusa in Khayelitsha, Cape Town. Using a mixed methods approach, the researcher assessed the state of the project close to a decade after its inception, finding that the that most households still benefited from the energy intervention. However, the findings revealed that despite the project's positive social and environmental impact, it lacked sustainability financial mechanisms, resulting in a negative net present value. The implications for policymakers, practitioners, and researchers are that effective renewable energy solutions for marginalized communities require integrated solutions to be sustainable, where diverse sources of financial support are coupled with holistic development within the recipient communities.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Thembinkosi Maphosa. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Joanne Semono will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Ihu.
Joanne's work is titled Workplace Diversity Management, Performance Implications at a Research Institution in South Africa. His work was about the implications of workplace diversity management on organizational performance at a research institution in South Africa, and he assessed this using a qualitative approach that was guided by two theoretical frameworks, namely Levin's change model and Young's theory of structural injustice. While noting that the Employment Equity Act was important in eliminating structural and functional exclusion as well as racial discrimination, he posited that the Act mediates organizational functionality and structure socially, economically, and politically. He, however, thinks that the Employment Equity Act may not translate into enhanced organizational performance as it led to the appointment, supposedly, of unqualified individuals simply to meet targets. He recommends that organizations implement workplace diversity management within the Employment Equity Act as components of the overall organizational strategy.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Joanne Semono. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Valdima Unji will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Shafini.
The study analyzed non-performing loans in Namibia banking sector using principal component analysis, autoregressive distributive lag, vector autoregressive and Granger causality modeling approaches. The findings revealed, 1, composite measures of macroeconomic and interest rate indices affects non-performing loans in both the short and long run. 2, macroeconomic and financial indicators are pivotal in countering credit risk. 3, indicators for early warning of worsening loan portfolio originates from a positive shock in non-performing loans itself, followed by the monetary, institutional, bank-specific, and the interest rate indicators. 4, macroeconomic and interest rate indicators have a long-run causal effect on non-performing loans, while in the short run is the macroeconomic indicators only. And then 5, the quality of the loan portfolio is forecasted to continue decreasing until the end of the year 2024. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Valdemar Unji. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Martia Jacoba van Leeuwen will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Dr. Crawford.
The title of the thesis, Digital Aging, How Ageism and Technology Influences the Aging Experience of Older Adults. The constant presence of digital technology in daily lives means that the aging experience has become entangled with digital technology. This PhD explores the manner in which ageism and digital technology interact with the life world of older adults. Through analysis of Dutch language media, it reveals that older adults are often portrayed in reductive, ageist stereotypes as incapable of digital inclusion. It also investigates the invisibility of older adults in data-driven systems and proposes the participatory action research for policy with older adults method to address this. Finally, it examines how older adults internalize ageist stereotypes to rationalize digital disengagement, resulting in the digital ageism interplay model, which highlights the complex interplay between ageism, technology, and lived experience. This degree is issued jointly by the University of the Western Cape and Vrije Universiteit Brussels.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Martia Jacoba van Leeuwen. Vice-Chancellor, I will introduce the candidate Tekla Umutenya in the absence of her supervisor. The thesis is titled Water Provision Within Sub-Saharan Africa, a Case Study of Namibia. This study addresses the global imperative of sustainable water provision, focusing on Sub-Saharan Africa, where nearly 2/3 of the population faces severe water scarcity and insufficient water supply. The study adopted a qualitative research paradigm using various data collection techniques, including in-depth interviews with council members and employees of key water institutions and observations. The findings highlight multifaceted challenges faced by local authorities spanning decision-making, leading, and capacity challenges, ultimately impacting the efficacy of water service delivery. This research contributes to understanding sustainable water provision challenges and provides actionable insights for policymakers, practitioners, and scholars in the realm of public administration and water governance. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Tekla Umutenia. Apologies, Chair. Rector. She didn't give me a card and I made an assumption that she was someone else. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Shamisa Mandiomi will now be introduced to you by Professor Bayat.
Shamisa Mandioma's thesis is titled Participation as a Developmental Strategy, a critical appraisal of women's access to participation and experiences in local government structures in the Mazawi Rural District Council in Zimbabwe. The thesis examines the nature and extent of women's participation in local government structures in the Mazawi Rural District Council in Zimbabwe. The findings indicate regular participation of women as voters, but very low participation as candidates and officials in local government structures. In addition, women's participation in local government structures is passive and tokenistic. The study shows that gendered division of household roles, cultural values, and a lack of government support influences the extent of women's participation at grassroots level. The thesis recommends implementing quota systems at the local government level, rolling out capacity building workshops, increasing women's access to legal literacy, civil and political education, and incorporating gender-based budgeting. Congratulations, Shamisa.
Let me get the name right now. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Shamiso Mandioma. Let me just check your card. Thank you. Okay. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Rose Ntui will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Professor Isaacs.
On behalf of the Institute of Poverty, Land and Agrarian Studies, I introduce the thesis title, Blue Economy, Investments and Injustices Around Marine Protected Areas, the Case of Mtwara Coast, Tanzania. The thesis raises critical questions on the blue economy investments for oil and gas, exploitation in a marine protected area, and its impacts on fishing communities in Mtwara coastal region, Tanzania. It provides rich qualitative and quantitative evidence of blue economy investments to the state in the period between 2005 and 2019 and measures the environmental impacts on marine biodiversity and fishing activities. It draws on concepts of accumulation by dispossession to highlight the displacement of fishing communities, not only by the state, but also by blue economy development projects. The study found when fishers return to their fishing grounds in marine protected areas, their livelihoods activities are now criminalized and adds to their dispossession. It argues for blue justice for small-scale fishers to protect their livelihoods, their food, their cultural practices from blue economy investment and also conservation. Congratulations, Rose Salema Mtui.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Rose Ntui. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Grace Nkomo will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Professor May.
Grace Nkomo's thesis, titled Do School Food Gardens Contribute Towards Food and Nutrition Security for Primary School-Aged Children? A comparative case study of the benefits of and resources needed for school food gardens using selected schools in Cape Town, South Africa. Grace's thesis explores the impact of school food gardens on the food and nutritional security of primary school-aged children in Cape Town. A food justice approach is used to highlight the potential benefits of gardens, including improved food literacy, positive relationships with vegetables, and better dietary choices. Comparing case studies from schools in different parts of the city, the research shows that school food gardens can enhance educational and livelihood outcomes. In addition to this, gardens can improve the food literacy of children. However, significant material and human resources are needed for implementation. The study underscores agency as a crucial element in food security, offering valuable insights for stakeholders seeking to improve the food security of children.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Grace Nkomo. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Uluwasion Uhui will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Jaconia.
The candidate Oluwaseun Owoye is from Information System. His thesis is titled Towards a Framework for Improving Unstructured Supplementary Data Services, abbreviated USSD, Technology Adoption for Digital Financial Services, which is the backbone for mobile money. The study examines the role of USSD unstructured supplemented services data technology in enhancing digital financial inclusion in Nigeria. The study is set against the increasing of mobile technology adoption in developing countries, where USSD technology has been pivotal in facilitating digital financial services. By developing the framework, the technology adoption framework, the study aims to improve insights into the factors affecting consumer decisions. The study employed a mixed method approach combining quantitative and qualitative data, the study contributes to the field of information systems by providing a new framework for understanding USSD technology adoption in communities.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Uluwasian Uhui. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Sivenkosi Rashe will now be introduced by me in the absence of her supervisor. The thesis title is The Politics of Coordination in the Western Cape, the Case of the National, Provincial and Local Government, 2010 to 2018. Sivenkosi Rashe's PhD critically analyzed the complexities of coordination and alignment of policies within the context of South Africa's complex and often contradictory intergovernmental system. Based on intensive interviews with government officials, the thesis focuses on the politics of multi-level coordination in the Western Cape. It provides a comprehensive exploration of how managers reshape both power dynamics and navigate formal rules across different geographical scales, from national to provincial to local. The thesis shows that strong informal ties between key managers based on mutual respect allow for more effective coordination than hierarchy and prescription. The thesis argues that in the Western Cape, compliance often takes precedence over the actual substance of issues. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Sivenkosi Rashe. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Stella Zulu Nwankwo will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Professor Shambare.
Candidate Stella Mumbi Zulu Nwankwo, the title of her thesis, The Effect of Informal Ichilimba Finance Societies on the Growth of Micro-Businesses in Lusaka, Zambia. The qualitative research study examined the influence of the Ubuntu philosophy within women's participation in social networks and social capital formation in the Ichilimba rotating and saving schemes in Lusaka, Zambia. Women's social networks and the Ubuntu social capital formation enabled women to engage in entrepreneurial activities and the growth of women-owned micro-businesses. Women engage in life-changing entrepreneurial activities and improvement of the quality of life through accessing informal finance. The study developed the Ichilimba Empowerment Framework for Women Entrepreneurs.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Stella Zulu Nkwanko.
Face the audience. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Kellyanne Aplun Zokufa will now be introduced to you by Prof. Joy Papier.
The title of this thesis, Kellyanne Aplun Zokufa, is Patched Pathways, Dead-End Dreams, Articulation and Access to Higher Education for Mature Women in Early Childhood Development. In this detailed study, Kellyanne Aplun Zokufa gathered extensive qualitative and quantitative data to explore the trajectories and aspirations of mature adult Black women who had completed early childhood development training at TVET colleges in South Africa. Using a narrative life history methodology, her research revealed the factors that promoted and impeded these women's access to university, as well as the many ways in which broader social and economic factors in post-apartheid South Africa impacted on their life chances and choices. Her study showed how issues of race, class, gender, and their intersections shaped these mature women's lived experiences. Ms. Aplun Zokufa's research offers fresh insights into problems manifest across the globe where barriers to education access and limited institutional articulation are evident. Thank you.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Kellyanne Aplun Zokufa. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Marissa Devi will now be introduced to you by Professor Joy Papier.
Marissa de Veer's thesis is entitled Exploring the Design and Implementation of an Entrance Readiness Assessment and its Relationship with Performance Outcomes among first-year TVET college students. The aim of Marissa de Veer's study was to explore the development of an appropriate entry-level assessment for first-year TVET college students and to examine how their profiles at entry might relate to performance. Using a pragmatic approach and a convergent parallel research design, an internationally tested model was applied as a framework into which expert local input was integrated to produce an alternative instrument. Qualitative and quantitative data were juxtaposed with first-year students' performance outcomes and statistical analyses conducted that indicated how significant variables were related to performance. Ms. de Veer's research ultimately revealed the many taken for granted assumptions about TVET college students that require ongoing interrogation and that would assist with tailoring interventions to contextual realities rather than relying on what may be outdated norms and stereotypes. Thank you.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Marissa Devi. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Samantha Melissa Hoffman will now be introduced to you by Prof. Ruwan Marman, but I have a special request here. Prof. Marman was Samantha Hoffman's lecturer from first year up until this moment.
Samantha Hoffman's thesis title reads, A Case Study Exploring Teachers' Perceptions of Capability Enhancement in South African Schooling Towards Quality Education. The absence of a shared understanding of quality education for South African schools prompted Hoffman to apply the capabilities approach of our Matthias Sen to investigate the productive qualities of teachers. Probing the voices of teachers in the quality education discourse enabled Hoffman to unpack the nexus of the capability sets of teachers and the modalities of quality education. The study revealed that limitations put on teachers' voices rendered the understanding of quality education a bureaucratic discourse instead of a transformational idea, and it suppresses evaluative reasoning and the pursuit of interconnected teaching and learning freedoms in schools. Therefore, Hoffman developed a framework to foreground teachers' voices towards quality education in schools.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Samantha Melissa Hoffman. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Adir Arjunlal will now be introduced to you by Prof. Joy Papier.
Adir Arjunlal is in the Institute for Post-School Studies. Thesis is entitled Exploring Competence Development through the Transfer of Specialist Knowledge and Skills from Engineering Lecturers to Students in South African Technical and Vocational Education and Training Colleges, a COMET study. Adir's doctoral study investigated the potential of the COMET diagnostic model of competence development to assist college lecturers in transferring skills and competencies to their students by applying the dynamics of the model and through various pedagogical strategies. Achieving holistic problem-solving competence is a fundamental goal of the COMET framework and is embedded in 8 competence criteria that focus on complex work-related problems. A mixed method, explanatory sequential design, was adopted to measure the occupational competence of TVET students and lecturers. Through systematic analysis of the data, Mr. Hurjunlal's study demonstrated areas in which areas of learning learning transfer was strong, as well as those that could be enhanced by applying the COMET model pedagogy. The evidence also indicated that a variety of strategies are used to enhance transfer, but they are most effective when integrated or used interchangeably. Well done.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Adir Arjunal. Face the audience. That's fine. Keep that. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Thembisa Selder Kosi will now be introduced to you by Prof. Vuyo Nomlomo.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. The title of Thembisa's thesis is Cross-Cultural Connections, the Use of an Integrated and Theme-Based Approach for Grade 3 isiXhosa Home Language Literacy in Selected Western Cape Primary Schools. Drawing on constructivist and interactionist theories, Ms. Thembisa Kosi's qualitative study investigated the use of the integrated and theme-based approach, shortly called ITBA, in isiXhosa Home Language Literacy in 2 selected grade 3 classrooms in the Western Cape province. The data collection methods included semi-structured interviews with teachers, classroom observations, and document analysis. The key findings of the study revealed that teachers had a limited understanding of the integrated text-based approach and the use of context and text-based themes contributed positively to learning. The study concluded that interactive and engaging instructional strategies and resources are crucial for effective ITBA implementation. Ms. Kosi developed a model for ITBA implementation and recommended the enhancement of pre- and in-service teacher development programs. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I ask the candidate Thembisa Kosi, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Thembisa Selder Kosi. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Keith Long will now be introduced to you by Dr. Karen Koopman.
Keith Long produced a thesis titled A Phenomenological Investigation into the Lived Experiences of Selected High School Principals, focusing on the school as a learning organization. Keith Long's study explores the lived experiences of principals carrying out their strategic leadership responsibilities in leading their schools towards becoming learning organizations. Keith's study draws on the foundational principles of Edmund Husserl's transcendental phenomenology and Martin Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology. These two distinctly different schools of thought in phenomenology were integrated with Senge's 5 disciplines and provided insight into developing an understanding of the lived experiences of each principle. Keith's study provides guidelines to the Western Cape Education Department about policy and procedures to develop principles as strategic leaders in promoting schools as learning organizations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Keith Long. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Alexandra Claire Noble will now be introduced to you by Prof. Vivian Bozilek.
Alexander Noble's thesis investigates the potential of processual learning to challenge conventional architectural education paradigms and foster transformative learning experiences in the Architectural Technology Extended Curriculum Program in South Africa. The study aimed to capacitate socially conscious architectural practitioners capable of contributing to the improvement of human settlements and the built environment. Using post-human and decolonial theories, the study employed post-qualitative research practices and research creation inquiry to gather data from 3 experiential, artful, and experimentally open pedagogical interventions. The significance of the research lies in its potential for tackling local and global challenges faced by practitioners in this rapidly changing world.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Alexandra Claire Noble. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Yvette Salomo Nontembe will now be introduced to you by Dr. Simas.
The title of Dr. Yvette Tembe's thesis is Exploring Trajectories of Success in Research and Innovation, a comparative study of women in academic careers in South Africa and Sweden. The study examines factors affecting women's academic success in South Africa and Sweden using constructivist, grounded theory, qualitative methods, and data analysis. In both study settings, women's career success relied on their characteristics and proactive behaviors. Successful women, full professors, have a typical profile: passion for work, meaningful contribution, autonomy, creativity, self-expression, and flexible schedules for family life. These inherent motivations enable resilience, adaptability, and proactive career management behaviors, even in a constrained environment. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Yvette Salamo Nantombo Tembe. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Vanessa Annabel Edwina van Staden will now be introduced to you by Dr. Keith Langenhoven.
Exploring storytelling as a pedagogy to enhance pre-service life sciences teachers' understanding of inquiry-based science education. Participatory action research study evaluated pre-service life sciences teachers' use of storytelling as a pedagogy to enhance inquiry-based science education. The study focused on integrating indigenous knowledge and Western science cosmologies. The selected field study theme was river ecology, and contiguity argumentation theory was applied as an analytical and socio-cultural theory. A dialogical argumentation instructional model was used as an intervention instrument to create dialogical teaching and learning spaces. The findings pointed to one way for the decolonizing of science curricula. Congratulations, Vanessa.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Vanessa Annabel Edwina van Staden.
Vice-Chancellor, or should I call you Rector Magnificus? The candidate, Dylan Thomas Clark, will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Mark Gibbons.
Dylan's thesis is entitled Southwest African Polychaete Diversity and Biogeography. Polychaetes are a diverse group of segmented worms that play very important roles in our marine environment. From museum and other records and collections, Dylan consolidates information about the distribution of these animals around southern and southwestern Africa, northwards to Gabon. And he generates a validated, annotated regional checklist. This large data set is then mobilized to explore patterns in both regional biogeography and richness. A total of 399 species in 61 families and 303 genera are identified. An analysis suggests that there is a clear geographic structure to the composition of regional assemblages and that richness increases towards the equator. In both instances, regardless of whether the data are analyzed at the level of species, genus, or family. Although his results are unsurprising, they clearly demonstrate the value of museum collections and our need to maintain them.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Dylan Thomas Clark. Vice-Chancellor, I will introduce now to you the candidate Simtembile Tembelani Dlamini in the absence of his supervisor, Professor Martins. The title of his thesis is Using SKAO and Other Surveys to Study the Large-Scale Structure of the Universe. In his thesis, Mr. Dlamini presented research that led to 2 papers which were published in a peer-reviewed international journal. His work focused on 2 key properties of the universe that are contained in cosmological surveys. 1, giving information about the birth of the universe, and 1, measuring the effect of dark energy and gravity on the growth rate of galaxies. He showed that the combination of 2 surveys could lead to significantly improved precision in the measurement of both properties. By combining already planned surveys from the Square Kilometre Array, based in South Africa, the dark energy spectroscopic instrument, and the Euclid satellite, the improvements enhance the capabilities of each survey, and they are possible at no extra cost. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Simtembile Tembelani Dlamini. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate David Elago will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Patida.
The title of David's thesis is Robust Numerical Methods for Solving Fractional Differential Equations. Due to advances in analysis and simulation techniques, the fractional order differential equations and their systems have gained enormous popularity with regards to their applications to various fields of natural sciences and engineering. Their usage in modeling problems in mathematical biology has seen tremendous growth in recent years. Being nonlinear and highly complex, their studies require rigorous theoretical analysis and robust simulation methods. In this thesis, Elago investigated several fractional order differential equations and their representative biological and ecological models. He presented very impressive theoretical and numerical analysis as well. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on David Elago. Well done. Vice-chancellor, in the absence of his supervisor, I will introduce to you the candidate Ahmed Abdul Karim El-Dud. The title of his thesis was Estimating Household Vulnerability to Poverty at Municipality Level in South Africa, using a cluster analysis approach. This innovative research, using different advanced statistical methods, is of utmost importance in the South African context, as it analyzes the risk of poverty of households at the small area level, in a country where a large section of the population is living below the breadline. The study finds that the dependency ratio, lack of access to water inside a dwelling or yard, lack of access to flush toilets, female-headed households, and lack of access to housing were the 5 factors that contributed the most to district vulnerability to poverty in South Africa. The most vulnerable districts were Alfred Nzo, OR Tambo, and Joe Thabi districts from Eastern Cape, and Umkhanyakude and Umzinyati districts from KwaZulu-Natal, and Greater Sekhukhune and Vembe districts from Limpopo. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Ahmed Abdul Karim El-Dud. Thank you. Vice-Chancellor, in the absence of her supervisor, I introduce the candidate Nicole Haynes-Aries to you now. The title of her thesis is The Effect of an Aqueous Tifia capensis Extract on the Reproductive System in Aging Males. Tifia capensis is a medicinal plant used for various ailments, including low libido in men. This study aimed at investigating the effects of TIFA on TM3 Leydig and TM4 Sertor cells in vitro and in vivo. Nicole Haynes-Aries exposed TM3 and TM4 cells to the extract. The crude extract promoted cell viability while increasing testosterone production in a dose-dependent manner. The F1 extract only decreased cell viability at the highest concentration. The testosterone production increased in a biphasic manner. Treating aging male rats resulted in decreased body weight and adipose tissue, while muscle mass and testosterone increased. These data open new avenues for the treatment of aging male symptoms. Nicole presented her work at 5 conferences, indicating the high quality of her work. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Nicole Haynes-Aries. You can keep it there. Go back. Stand on this good. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate, Bakulikira Iragi, will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, who happens to be me. The title of his thesis is Topogenous Orders and Their Applications on Lattices. Over the years, many mathematicians have proposed theoretical structures that permit the study of topological properties, properties of shapes that are preserved under continuous deformation. 2 notable contributions are Chassa's syntopogenous structures and Herlich's nearness spaces. In this thesis, Bakulikira Iragi introduces topogenous orders on lattices that allow him to generalize the structures introduced by both Chassa and Herlich in a contemporary setting. He demonstrates their application to uniform topology, and in the process, pioneers a new study of uniformities on a complete lattice. He then links his work with that done in so-called point-free topology, showing how topogeneous orders provide a bridge between disparate structures introduced in the point-free setting. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Bakulikira Iragi. Hold on. I will, yeah. Do you want Lebesile as well?
It's fine.
Okay, Bridget is fine. You keep it. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Bridget Langer will now be introduced to you by Professor Bertie Fielding.
The title of Bridget's thesis is Semantic Discovery and Computational Filtering to Identify Potentially Novel Breast Cancer Genes and Signatures in omics data. Bridget Kebisile Langa's thesis tackles an important issue in cancer research. With the advent of new technologies, we can now analyze genetic variations and genetic expression changes in diseases like breast cancer. However, the challenge lies in identifying relevant mutations in a sea of other mutations in a large database. Bridget's PhD work aims to overcome this challenge by using existing knowledge of gene functions and interactions to highlight important breast cancer-related genetic variations. She developed a method leveraging bioinformatics tools to reanalyze data, making the information more accessible to researchers. By prioritizing breast cancer data computationally, a study aimed to uncover new genes and pathways contributing to early detection of breast cancer, together with the disease development and its prognosis.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Bridget Kebisile Langer. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Cornelia Koleka Makanda will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Kanyerere.
The thesis title is Application of Results-Oriented Monitoring Approach to Assess Feasibility of Adaptive Management Practice for Improved Water Resources Protection, VAR Catchment, South Africa. The student applied results-oriented monitoring approach to assess feasibility of adaptive management practice for improved protection of water resources. The VAR River catchment in South Africa was used as a case study. A conceptual model of results-oriented monitoring was developed to operationalize adaptive management practices and fed into a decision support system for water resource protection. The applicability of the model was verified with the primary data when it was validated in the study catchment, as it provided a basis for policy reinforcement regarding the improvement of protecting water resources. The novelty of the study refers to publications. 3 papers in international peer-reviewed journals have already been published, in addition to 3 conferences proceedings output for local and international conferences. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Cornelia Koleka Makanda. Make sure you stand in the square so they can see you best. Yeah. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate, Palesa Makoti, will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Professor Fielding.
The title of Palesa's thesis is Molecular Characterization and Immune Reactivity of Human Coronavirus NL63 and SARS-CoV nucleocapsid proteins. 4 known human coronaviruses are much less deadly than the coronavirus causing COVID-19 and contribute to about 10% of annual mild respiratory infections worldwide. Amongst these, NL63 is the most common, primarily affecting children under 5. In some cases, NL63 can lead to bronchiolitis and pneumonia. For Palesa's PhD research, an important coronavirus protein called nucleocapsid from both NL63 and SARS-CoV was produced using an insect cell expression system in the laboratory. These recombinant end proteins were then used to study human immune responses in stimulated whole blood cultures. These findings suggest that recombinant coronavirus end proteins can be used for measuring immune responses, coronavirus diagnosis, predicting disease severity, and identifying drug targets.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Palesa Makoti. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate, Afika Amazizi Naledi Mbuyiswa, will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Professor Ludidi.
The title of the thesis of Ms. Mbuyiswa is The Effect of Introduction of Marama Bean and Soybean on Insect Diversity in a Confined Trial Site Under Maize Cultivation. The thesis identified insects in the natural habitats of Marama bean in the provinces of the Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and compared the insects to those that occur in a confined trial site in Matatiele in the Eastern Cape, where the main crop produced is maize, but where recent production of soybean has occurred. Plant beneficial insects, but also insect pests, were identified in the Marama bean habitat. Some were unique to these habitats, but others occurred both in the Marama bean habitats and the trial site. The thesis concluded that introduction of Marama bean to this cropping system in Matatiele may bring some crop beneficial insects, for example, pollinators and insect pest predators. and detrimental insect pests in the cropping system. This indicates the relevance of agroecological and integrated pest management when marama beans are cultivated in maize-producing areas and has significant implications for food security. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Afika Mazizi Naledi Mbuyiswa. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate, Yamkela Mgwachu, will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Dr. Ulyana Hess.
Hello. Ms. Mgwachu's PhD thesis presents the first fully annotated genome of an endemic South African medicinal plant, specifically rooibos, that has been analyzed in its entirety in South Africa. Her work included establishment of all procedures essential for plant genome analysis, spanning plant sampling, DNA extraction and purification, DNA sequencing, and biocomputational data analysis, which includes genome assembly and structural and functional genome annotation. Subsequently, she characterized the gene families that are involved in the production of medicinal compounds in rooibos. Her methods for long-read plant DNA sequencing that she established here at UWC and subsequent big data analysis that she conducted in Cape Town at CHPC are driving local application of this cutting-edge technology. Her work ensures a leading role for South Africa in the ethical bioprospecting of the local flora. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Yamkela Mgwachu. Yeah, great. Make sure you stand in the square, then they see you best. Do you like the Leo or not? No. Just Quentin, no Leo. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate, Kwena Mwabelo, will now be introduced to you by Professor Madia.
On behalf of the supervisory team, I present to you the thesis titled Development of an Aptamer-based Drug Delivery System for the Treatment of Obesity. The epidemic of obesity poses serious threats to human health globally, and management of this disease through medication induces toxic side effects due to their non-specificity, which leads to a number of recalls of these medications from the market. Ms. Kwenamabelo was tasked with developing a novel drug delivery system that's targeted at the adipose tissue with high efficacy and safety to treat obesity, using short single-stranded oligonucleotides capable of binding to their targets with high specificity and affinity, which are called aptamers. She successfully developed a drug delivery system based on aptamers and applied it for treatment of high-fat diet-induced obesity. The treatment reduced body weight and body fat mass without any severe side effects. Currently, this strategy is under review for intellectual property protection at the University of the Western Cape for anti-obesity treatment in the future. Congratulations.
Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Kwena Mwebelo. Which order do I say? This is the right order?
No.
Nastaran
Yes,
Ghaffari.
yes.
Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Nastaran Ghaffari will now be introduced to you by her supervisor, Dr. Pokpas.
Nasran Ghaffari's thesis is entitled Graphene Metal Nanocomposites on Disposable Carbon-Based Electrodes for the High Sensitivity Detection of Trace Metals by Electrochemical Stripping Analysis. Ms. Ghaffari's research addresses water pollution caused by priority pollutants like indium and gallium, which are prevalent in electronic displays and pose significant risk to human health. She has developed 3 novel water sensing platforms using bimetallic bismuth mercury films and carbon nanostructured composites. Her cost-effective water analysis methods utilizing graphite rods and carbon-based paper substrates offer good accuracy, sensitivity, and stability, crucial for environmental monitoring below World Health Organization standards, particularly for use in underdeveloped regions. Ms. Ghaffari's work, detailed in 3 manuscripts, promises to significantly improve water analysis methods, particularly benefiting regions in Africa, and contribute to the mitigation of water pollution's adverse effects on human health and the environment.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Nastaran Ghaffari. Vice-Chancellor, in the absence of his supervisor, I will introduce to you the candidate Liteko Nkabiti. The title of his thesis was The Application of Earth-Abundant Metals in the Design of Polymer Photoelectrodes for Energy Conversions. The pursuit of fuel cells which maximize energy production at minimum fuel and energy input and that use environmentally benign fuels are of paramount importance in the context of the prevailing energy crisis. The physical and chemical properties of ammonia render it one of the best and safest fuels in hydrogen generation technology. Legape and Kabiti employed earth-abundant metals encased in polymer matrices for improved catalytic efficiency in converting ammonia to hydrogen with an efficiency of up to 32%, starting from commercial cleaning reagents as fuel source. The candidate has demonstrated a high level of competence, intellectual rigor, and originality. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Liteko, Legape, and Kabiti. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Marlon Oranzi will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Iwoha.
Marlon Oranzi's thesis title is Emerging Myocardial Infarction Biomarker Aptosensors for B-type natriuretic peptide and C-reactive protein. Myocardial infarction or heart disease is a leading cause of death as it's responsible for 27% of death worldwide. Nationally, it accounts for 1 in every 6 deaths or 17.3% of deaths in South Africa. Scientists are working vigorously to develop next-generation diagnostic technologies for early detection of myocardial infarction. Marlon Oranzi invented a highly sensitive electrochemical sensor test protocol that uses DNA fragments called aptamers to detect brain natriuretic peptide and C-reactive protein, which are 2 emerging disease biomarkers that indicate high probability of heart attack. The work is an elegant combination of bioelectronics and nanoelectrochemistry in the development of diagnostic aptosensor technology for early sensing, signaling, and warning of myocardial infarction. Congratulations.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Marlon Oranzi. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Fatima Parker Ali will now be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Gibbons.
Fatima's thesis is entitled Using Data-Driven Approaches to Develop the Field of Biodiversity Informatics in South Africa. South Africa is one of the world's most mega biodiverse countries. Biodiversity plays a critical role in, amongst other things, sustainable development, and it is one of our greatest assets. However, to manage these assets, we need to manage the information related to it. In 2003, the National Department of Science and Innovation, through SAMBI, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, decided that the country join the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. This would help us to develop the science of biodiversity informatics, to grow a network of professional informaticians, and to expedite the dissemination of biodiversity data using common standards and protocols. Fatima's thesis provides the roadmap for South Africa in this regard and is based on a data-driven and conceptual approach. Distinct chapters tackle the issues of curricula, data mobilization, and data use and dissemination in an interdependent way. And she explores the impact of our data on the international field.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Fatima Parker Ali. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate Bonke Patekile will be introduced to you by her co-supervisor, Professor Subir.
Bonke's research project was focused on natural polymer-based nanocarriers as delivery systems for antimicrobial peptides for the treatment of sexually transmitted infections. Sexually transmitted diseases such as AIDS, syphilis, chlamydia are caused by infectious microorganisms. Antimicrobial peptides can be used as vaginal microbicidal drugs to kill these microorganisms. However, the microbicidal drugs have failed due to the acidic environment, which diminishes the drug's activity. To overcome these obstacles, Bonke has encapsulated the AMP drug in polymer-based nanocarrier system, which also have mucus-penetrating properties. Her research showed that while the free AMP drug is not active under acidic environment, the nanocarrier system very effectively kill the bacteria at these conditions. The drug delivery system produced by Bonke Patekile showed great potential for the development of more effective strategies for the treatment and prevention of STDs. Congratulations, Bonke.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Bonke Patekile. Vice-Chancellor, the candidate, Madan Sai Poka, will be introduced to you by his supervisor, Professor Okamp.
In his study, selected polyols as co-formers for pharmaceutical solid dispersions, Madan critically evaluated the potential of well-known and naturally occurring polyols to be used in the preparation of pharmaceutical solid dispersions as a pre-formulation strategy. His work highlighted enhanced drug particle wettability facilitated by the hydrophilic polyols, contributing towards significant improved drug solubility and permeability. Factors such as glass-forming ability of the drug, miscibility of the drug in the polyol carrier, and polyol concentration were found to be contributing factors in the successful preparation of carbamazepine, isoniazid, and pyrimethamine solid dispersions. 2 published papers emanated from the study, with a 3rd paper currently under peer review. Congratulations, Madon.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on Madan Sai Poka. Not yet. Vice-Chancellor, in the absence of his supervisor, I present to you the candidate David Eswald Flotman. Stand on the thesis was titled Shear Enhanced Flotation Separation Technology for Winery Wastewater Processing. The South African wine industry contributes roughly 5% to agricultural GDP, but faces challenges from a competitive export market, climate change, and alignment with sustainable development goals. This research project focused on winery wastewater treatment using shear-enhanced flotation separation technology, which removed 99.6% of particulate matter, 10 times more than the industrial standard known as DAF. As a result, the processed effluent shows exceptional clarity and contains a substantially reduced amount of dissolved organic matter, making it suitable for secondary treatment technology and reuse of water in times of drought. This work resulted in 3 research papers and contributed to the academic understanding of hydrodynamic shear mixing in primary water treatment technology. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Doctor of Philosophy on David Eswald Flotman.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Dental Surgery on the following candidates. Mpo Mloy. Okay. Congrats, Nurisha. Nurisha Singh. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science on the following candidates. Nazreen Lailu. Christine Nyongesa. Yes. Nazia Daure. Jessica Amy Simpson. No. Next one. Okay, thank you. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the postgraduate diploma in business administration on the following candidates. Sipho Mtim Kulu. Mpumzi Rulu Lu. Zolisa Menze. Vuyo Zita. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the postgraduate diploma in computer software and media application on the following candidates. Sinitemba Kewuti. Michelle Kusu. Ntombi Zivumile Maram. Kehomoditswe Mashiho. Sisipo Sidia. Luyanda Nako. Apiwe Swartboy. Alistair Thompson. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the postgraduate diploma in finance on the following candidate. Lisoletu Ntlanyana. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the postgraduate diploma in poverty, land, and agrarian studies on the following candidates. Tabani Mkizi. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Administration on the following candidates. Wendy Shlachwayo. Olwam Landingwe. Rimen Moore. Vanessa Oniwe. Luto Yedwa. Nathasha Williams. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Commerce on the following candidates. Amina Ali. Is your mom a professor or? Okay. Okay. And it's Koir Kutsia, who will be invested by his mother, Takira Kutsia. Amy Cupido. Declan Hermanus. Shazal Johannes. Smetembile Lutuli. Susela Mapisa. Simamkele Mdia. Mankele Monareng. Fikile Noyila. Khalid Parker. Anika Perrin. Erin Poole. Buchle Kolisa. Muhammad Nubin Siddiq. Pumla Sibanda. Megan Tarantal. Jordan Turner. Blaze Valentine. Warda van de Vent. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Commerce in Financial Accounting on the following candidates. Siviwe Dianti. Simpongile Goduka. Fayyad Jatim. Zahid Khan. Gabasile Kumalo. Onika Likwile. Masana Maluleke. Bongo Kuchle Mapumulu. Bavuze Mene. Zoleka Mqi Neni. Leandra Naik. Uzikine Pono. Abanati Qina. Lizanne Ross. Nasima Samsudin. Anati Akana. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the Advanced Diploma in Public Administration on the following candidates. Michael Benu. Michelle Carlse. Claudio Conradi. Bantu Dai Mani. It's de Oliveira Opperman. Yes. Rosita de Oliveira Opperman. Pierre Duplessis. Tania Essa. Luleka Killam. Ashley Kania. Olelwa Makasi. Leratu Maloka. Nomfundo Matila. Vanessa Mbewu. Nombuyiselo Monzi. Sherofatso Moshane. Nkosinathi Ndwandwe. Zanele Nikani. Bokelwa Ntantiso. Isabel Shikwambana. Akona Sieka. Etienne Swanepoel. Tabisa Tutu. Andiswa Twetwa. Greenwood Twabi. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the highest certificate in economic development on the following candidates. Brent Africa. Dilshad Ali. Adrian Mayer.
Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Education on the following candidate, Josmorin Kwachwanita Berstedt. Carol Emily Felix. Janet de Haak Mubarako, Paul Sebastian Peterson, Adeline Rucando, Valencia Theis, Dawood Wakefield, Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Education in Adult Learning and Global Change on the following candidate: Nicolette Nakilimwe Mutendwa. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Education Honours on the following candidates: Unati Benya, Akona Imeshle Mtingazani, Cynthia Shtengiwe Nkobe, Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Postgraduate Certificate in Education, in Further Education and Training, Teaching on the following candidates: Willem Jonas, Mohammed Sabir Mason, Linda Nsengolo, Natalie van Kalkwijk, Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Education in Language and Life Orientation on the following candidates: Babalwe Faith Dianti, Maxine Desme Gedult, Amara Kota, Ethan Will Diston, Patlin Chan K. Kuyaman, Vikiliziwe Namrali Masango, Kwanga Zomisa Mbuvani. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Education in Mathematics and Natural Sciences on the following candidates. Mshungazi, Holiday. Mokmad Hadil Jumat. Kian Quinton Solomons. Mishka Thomas. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Education in Languages and Language and Mathematics on the following candidate. Dylan Charles Kenya. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Education Foundation Phase Teaching on the following candidate. Madiga Abdul. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Education in Senior Phase and Further Education and Training Teaching on the following candidates. Ibetsam Braf. Jacko Keret Marman. Matthew Luke Skippers. Chantal Elris Bota. Odwa Khomana. Rowan Mike Jansen. Sakina Miller. Nicole Pfeiffer. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Higher Diploma in Education on the following candidate. Tenjelva Theodora Panda.
Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Philosophy in Population Studies on the following candidate. Kanyisa Mbunga. Sorry, I forgot to say. It's magna cum laude. BCB. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Biodiversity and Conservation Biology on the following candidates. Jessica Page Kipling. Tuli Carol Makoba, cum laude. Luann Samantha Thomas. Stand there. Maputi Eva Ngwepe. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Biotechnology on the following candidates. Tate Malope Mashilo, cum laude. Aluwani Machaya. Aurelie Ngalula Nsumpi, magna cum laude. Krishay Solsa. Kotatso Letsuola Selepe. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Sciences in Chemical Science on the following candidate. Soyama Sitole. Do I need to say all of them?
You can just say Jalil Jafta.
Jalil. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Computer Science on the following candidate. Jalil Jafta. Okay. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Environmental and Water Science on the following candidates. Tandakile Dube, cum laude. Ntombizanele Feni. Celine Mayer. Come forward. Nonofo Motse, summa cum laude. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Mathematical Sciences on the following candidates. Promise Matebula. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Medical Bioscience on the following candidates. Linda Chanel Badenhorst. Stand a bit forward. Yeah, they'll see you better. Dimpo Mpeke. Do you want the Nicole?
Yeah, it's fine.
Michaela Sibritz. Okay. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Nanoscience on the following candidates. Malesko Cox. Yandiswa Mabude. Do you want the Winston?
Sure.
James Winston Mercure. Okay. Adivao Sitari. Atenkosi Siyalo. Well done. Latoya Williams. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Pharmacy Administration and Policy Regulation on the following candidates. Isandra Bester. Simone Flandorp. Kenneth Koshi.
Hello, just the first and last one.
Okay. Lesedi Moremi. Do you want the Rosalind?
No, you don't have to.
Is it Motse? Yeah. Yvette Motse. Nike or Nike? Nike. Yogeshni Naik. Stand a bit forward. Kanyisile Nkuku. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Physical Science on the following candidates. Michlale Makengana, magna cum laude. Well done. Do you want all of them? Okay. Jade Peterson Charles. Well done. Cleve Teron, cum laude. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Master of Science in Statistical Science on the following candidate. Manwai Wu. Do you want the Michael as well?
That's okay.
Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science Honours in Applied Geology on the following candidate. Joseph Clutie. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science Honours in Chemistry on the following candidate. Suhaila Colby. Oh, sorry. Okay. Cassidy Andrea Julius. Okay. Do you want the Robin? No. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science Honours in Computer Science on the following candidate. Matthew Ardenser. Okay. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to award the postgraduate diploma in integrated water resource management on the following candidates. Matsogo Edith Chokong. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science Honours in Population Studies on the following candidate. Ntombi Kayise Mvelase. Stand forward. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Pharmacy on the following candidates. Ongezo Gwai. Stand forward. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Applied Geology on the following candidate. Tabelo Masuta. Faith or not? Yes. Okay. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Biodiversity and Conservation Biology on the following candidates. Sikonrile Faith Kokoto. Luyatenjwa Matanjana. Fano Mukwevo. Do you want the bride? Sipiwe Bright Zengele. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Biotechnology on the following candidates. Lusanda Dlamini. Stand a bit forward. They'll see you better. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Chemical Sciences on the following candidates. Akila Hendricks. Nonhubeko Sibizo. Vice-Chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Computer Science on the following candidates. Pumela Tenge. Jordan Hendricks. All of them. Sibonga Konke Yvonne Ngumezulu. Stand forward a bit. Leleto Ngokwana.
Do you want the Goodwill?
Sibusiso Goodwill Skosana. Zolile Kucho Tibane. Stand forward. They'll see you better. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Environmental and Water Science on the following candidates. Liema Masoka.
Stand forward a bit.
Nondomiso Mkize. Lindo Kuchle and Kwebe. Matabo and Shikla.
Stand forward a bit.
Pindulo Rasivecele. Zanele Sana. A lot of noise. Asemachle Sonkai. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Mathematical and Statistical Science on the following candidates. Mbali Kalako. Eseto Kofi.
It's Mishka.
Mishka.
With a H.
Mishka Mia. Nontando Nzetani. Let's wait for the clock. Mbali and Lelene. Casey. Casey Walker. Vice-chancellor. Vice-chancellor.
I don't want to spoil the fun, but other parents would also like to hear the names of their sons and daughters. So please, once you have celebrated your son and your daughter, please give the Dean the opportunity to read the next name. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Medical Biosciences on the following candidates. Kanyiso Tlepu. Lita Brian John. Sibulele Nelson. Luntukaze Tsobo. Okay, stand forward. Vice-chancellor, I request you to confer the degree Bachelor of Science in Physical Science on the following candidates. Nzalama Koza. Avuzwa Mtsolongo.
For what? Well, I did warn you to get comfortable, didn't I? And congratulations, you've set a new record for a graduation ceremony at UWC. Dr. Shekji, I can't believe you did this. 3 hours, 45 minutes. I'd like to thank those of you that stayed the course. In my view, there's nothing more disrespectful than being kept, getting your degree, and then slipping out of the wall with your family. And the result are these empty seats that you see. So thank you very much for staying. Doctors, my compliments. You've worked hard for that title, so insist that it be used. If your children call you Mama, it's Dr. Mama. Dr. Flotman, when you were crossing the stage, someone over here was shouting, baby brother. It's Dr. Baby Brother. And our other graduates, I hope your automatic email signatures have been updated when you got back to your seat and you put your new degree behind your name. And because it's automatic, it must not your fault that every time you send an email, everyone sees that you're a master's in science or a master's in laws. It's automatic, Moss. Graduates, I'd like you to stand, especially our doctors, but everyone. And I'd like you to acknowledge your teachers, your mentors, your supervisors, and everyone on stage that contributed to your academic journey. Please join me. Now, I'd like you to thank your support, your parents, your guardians, your husband, your wife, whoever helped you to this point. But we're going to do it in the unique UWC way. Prof. Kummeling, I don't know what your graduation ceremonies look like in the Netherlands, but our mothers show their pride and their joy. It sometimes looks like they're angry, but they're not really angry. They're just showing us how much this moment means to them. So those of you that knows this tribute to our mothers, please join us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Prof. Kummeling, what they are singing is, I am what I am because of you, Mama. Thank you, I had fun as usual, but all good things come to an end. So this congregation of the University of the Western Cape is now dissolved.
they wishing on me. Yeah. I've been moving calm, don't start no trouble with me. Trying to keep it peaceful is a struggle for me. Don't pull up at 6 a.m. to cuddle with me. You know how I like it when you loving on me. I don't wanna die for them to miss me. Yes, I see the things that they wishing on me. Hope I got some brothers that outlive me. They gon' tell the story, it was different with me. God's plan, God's plan. I hold back, sometimes I won't. Yeah. I feel good, sometimes I don't. I finesse down Western Road. Might go down to G.O.D. I go hard on Southside G. I make sure that Northside E. And still, bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me. Bad things. It's a lot of bad things that they wish and they wish and they wish and they wish and they wishing on me. Yeah. Hey, hey. She say, do you love me? I tell her only partly. I only love my bed and my mama, I'm sorry. 50 dub, I even got it tatted on me. 81, they'll bring the crashers to the party. And you know me,